Good morning, everyone. Are the mics on out there? Because I didn't hear much. Good morning, everyone. Isn't that great? Okay. Delighted to be here this morning. At this time, we're going to jump right into our ambitious schedule and call the Academic Affairs Committee to order. And I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Leon Tarver. Dr. Tarver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, will you call the roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Dr. Leon Tarver II,
Here.
Mr. Sam Gilliam, Attorney Jody Amity,
Here.
Mrs. Maple Gaines, Mrs. Ann Smith,
Present.
Dr. Orlando Williams, Mr. Myron K. Lawson.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Let's now stand for the invocation. I guess,
And that's going to be
we have someone
provided,
here.
Mr. Chair, by one of our very own minister.
Really?
There he is right there, Ken
Mr.
Dawson.
Dawson. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let us pray. Father, as we come this morning, we thank you, oh God, for all that you continue to do and all that you've established in us and with us through your name. Father, we thank you that your name is majestic in all the earth. As we come this morning, oh God, we give you thanks for your word. For your word tells us that to whom much is given, much is required. We accept that responsibility as a board, as an administration, as a staff, as students, in understanding that because much is given to us, much is required. Your word also said that if any man desires wisdom, let him ask, and you will give to them freely. So today, God, we ask for your wisdom and guidance in carrying forth a goal that has been given to us from the founders of this great institution, that we would continue to develop the minds of young men and young women to achieve their destiny and their God-given purpose. So as we come today, we thank you that you would grant us that wisdom, decisions that are unified together to move this great institution forward into the next decades, that will continue to provide great opportunities for all who desires to attend the only HBCU system in this nation. So today we give you thanks and praise for the answers to our prayers. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Mr. Bristol, do we have someone from your school during the Pledge of Allegiance?
We do, Dr. Tarver.
Oh, you have that?
I'd like to bring Kelvin Love to the microphone, please. Kelvin. In our tradition of the Pledge of Allegiance, we usually choose a student from the Southern University Laboratory School. Kelvin is a fourth grade honor student at Southern University Laboratory School with a 3.95 GPA, where he has been for the past 6 years. Kelvin is a very conscientious student who recently earned a perfect score on the LEAP 2025 test. I said a perfect score, everyone, on the LEAP 2025. Today, Kelvin will be celebrating at the main event with other students who earned straight A's, scored Mastery Advanced on the LEAP test, and earned a 21 above on the ACT. Kelvin has played flag football and attends Greater Mount Gideon Baptist Church and is the son of Mr. Kelvin Love and Mr. Naisha Hamilton, both who are proud graduates of Southern University. Kelvin.
Chairman Lawson, President Shields, members of the board, and distinguished guests, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Congratulations, Kelvin.
You may be seated.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, would you do the honor of introducing the Above and Beyond group today?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to ask that we afford that opportunity to Mr. Ernest Bowman, who's here to do that. Mr. Bowman.
Chairman Lawson, President Shields, I stand to present to you a little bit about the person we've chosen, Miss Golden Smith, whom we call Miss Goldie.
has been employed with the Department of Residential Life and Housing for 30 plus years. Since the retirement of the Dotson sisters, she is now the eldest of the maintenance and custodial staff. Interacting with her is likened to being around your own mother or grandmother. She has a way of getting others to work. What she doesn't know is that I purposely pair her with employees who are, shall I say, not so quick to move. But I know for a fact, as long as she's working, they will be working, whether they want to or not. The hallmark of Ms. Goldie's contribution is the way she greets the residents and even her fellow coworkers. As we are aware, our students are faced with struggles that could very well take them over. Hundreds of them have said to me and others how her high-pitched voice and a true Southern dialect saying things like, "Good morning, darling. Oh, your hair is so pretty. How's your mama doing? Oh, you sharp today. What I'm gonna do with you?" has made their day, has given them a push to go on. So I'm proud to say that Miss Goldie Smith is deserving to be recognized.
Beautiful name for a beautiful person. Honor to present this to a well-deserved person. Thank you for your dedication and service, and especially your love that you show so many.
Sweet to me.
Thank you so much.
Thank y'all so
I'll
much.
take a picture here. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Tarver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We return to our agenda. May we have a motion for the adoption of the agenda? Moved by Mr. Williams, seconded by Dr. Williams. Properly moved and second. All of those in favor of it be known by the sign of aye. Those opposed, ayes have it. Item 6, public comments. Are there any public comments in reference to agenda items? Do we have any cards? No one coming forth. We shall move on to action item 7A, request approval of MOU between SUS and the Ministry of Education of the Federation of St. Kitts-Nevis. Affiliation agreement between Southern University System and the Ministry of Education of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, whereby qualified residents of St. Kitts and Nevis are afforded opportunities to further their education by attending an institution within the Southern University System.
Motion.
Is that really, President?
You want to get a motion and then we'll discuss?
Okay. Is there any discussion? Is there any other presentation at this time? Will we have a motion to adopt this item, action item A? Again, motion by Mr. Gilliam, seconded by Mr. Fondell.
Discussion? If we will. Can we get some to come up, Mr. President?
Yes, we
Discussion.
can. We have the delegation, please.
Yes. We'll take some
I
pictures.
believe you're sitting out here.
Yes.
Okay.
You want to say something, maybe?
Yeah, you gonna take it up?
Yes. Everybody can go for this.
Board members, if you're here to join us here in the front.
Excellency, idea, classroom, represent the island of Kitts-Nevis.
Sure.
Please, address the record.
So say a few words.
Yes.
Okay. Good morning.
Morning.
It really is my pleasure to be here. I asked the Honorable Samuel Duggins to walk up here with me. I also have with me Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture, Miguel Fleming, and Technical Officer in the Ministry of Agriculture, Mr. Ronald King. This all began with me addressing this room back in January of this year. And we've done a lot of work in the past few months. It really has been my joy and esteemed pleasure to work with this group here and with Southern University. The hospitality this week has truly been bar none. And I want to thank you on behalf of the delegation of St. Kitts-Nevis for the hospitality that you have shown us this week. It was above and beyond my expectations. And I'm happy to say that because, you know, we've had conversations around what can we do, how can we improve, and I'm really happy to be standing here today and be able to say that. We truly look forward to partnership with Southern University in the alliance that we are forming moving forward with the Memorandum of Understanding that was signed on Wednesday by the Deputy Prime Minister, who was here but had to leave for other government business. Next week will be the 40th anniversary of independence for St. Kitts and Nevis. We first received independence in 1983. And so in Parliament next week, it is our expectation that we will formally submit in Parliament the Memorandum of Understanding between Southern University and the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. So thank you. Thank you so much. I'll ask Honorable Samuel Duggins to say just a few words.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And Mr. Chair, with your leave, I'd like to take this time out to say how indeed honored I am to stand here and how pleased I am to be greeted with such hospitality. We've heard many things about Southern hospitality, and I think it's fitting that Southern's hospitality has really exceeded that. And I want to say thank you. I also want to say that in my own reflection, when we look at our people, and I mean our people, we have been given the notion that countries are separated by water. And here we are bringing these countries together and using the water more as connectivity. Because as I stand and I look out, it reminds me of home. Because in St. Kitts, every view you can see the ocean. At Southern University, every view you see the river. And so water is a connecting feature. But I want to go a step further and say, generations we've been running away from our connection to chains. And for good reason. But I want us to now reflect on that connection and recognize that we could use chains as a positive force to connect us and keep us connected to the true essence that no matter where we stand, we are all one, and keep that oneness building stronger and stronger. And this is testament to that effort. Thank you, and indeed, thank you, Your Excellency. Job well done.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Well, listen, yeah, School of Public Policy. And that's why I retired from. Yes, sir. The School of Public Policy. Oh, yeah. Nelson Mandela School. Yeah. Get my glasses. We return to our agenda item. Will you pass that motion? Okay. We were attempting to make a motion. I think we probably need to reintroduce that
Yeah, we
this
didn't
time.
carry it, I don't think.
Yes. So the motion was by Mr. Gilliam and seconded by Dr. Williams to approve action item 7A. All of those in favor and then side of aye. Those opposed, so ayes so have it. Action item B, request approval for curriculum change in the College of Humanities and Interdisciplinary Studies and John B. Cade Library. Who would be Mr. Chancellor?
Good morning.
Morning.
Members of this honorable board, Dr. Tarver. This was an item that had been discussed throughout the university. The committee chaired by Dr. Igletu, they studied it, they collaborated. It was really a collaboration involving many people, and the recommendation was to make the changes related to the College of Humanities and Interdisciplinary Studies and include the John B. Cade Library in some of those changes. I'm not a humanities expert, but I relied on those experts who all seem to concur with that. And my recommendation to you is to accede to the wishes and the good educational sense of those people who know a lot more about this than I do. And I wish that the board approve this recommendation.
You hear call for motion. We hear a motion to approve this recommendation. Mr. Fondell, and seconded, and we got a motion by Fondell and seconded by Mr. Amity. All of those in favor, let it known by the sign of aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it. We move now to action item 7C, request approval of endowed professorship recommendations of faculty members who have been nominated and meet the criteria for eligibility. For SUBR, Mr. Pierre.
Yes. So, as you may know, one of the issues facing the Baton Rouge campus is making sure that we have faculty members that met the requirements for the endowed professorships that obviously you know very much about because you kind of started us down this road, Dr.
Yeah.
Tarver, and it has grown. And the various committees associated with that at the various college levels deliberated, made recommendations. There's still some endowed professorship opportunities that need to be filled, but they seem to not want to just flood it with people that did not meet the criteria. So one of the things I want to go back and work on is to figure out how we can help fulfill those requirements and to make sure those endowed professorships are filled. And they cut across various disciplines, business, public policy, et cetera.
I want to make a comment about that, Pierre. It seems to me that this has been a problem over the duration of the last 2 decades in trying to fill many of these vacancies. I suppose that one of the problems we have is the standard set by the Board of Regents on what should constitute a qualified candidate for such jobs, because oftentimes there's a disparity between the demand of qualifications and the amount of money that's available. And the amount of money that we have is much less, for example, than it is at a school like LSU. You can't really compete in that regard. And I'm going to suggest perhaps we need to review those qualifications with an eye towards trying to find something more relevant to the needs of Southern University as opposed to the generalized needs of the Board of Regents as they see it. I wish you would take a look at that.
I certainly will, sir.
Okay. So are you then now recommending that we approve this?
Yes, as it relates to the SUBR, because SULC is in a different posture, so I'll
Sure.
explain that situation.
We have a motion to approve this endowed professor's recommendation for SUBR. Motion by Dr. Williams, seconded by Ms. Dudley. All of those in favor, let it know sign of aye. Those opposed, ayes have it. Mr. Pierre, would you then cover the next one on SULC?
Yes, so with respect to SULC, the Faculty Appointment Retention, Promotion, and Tenure Committee is the committee that evaluates all applicants for endowed professorships. We've been very, very blessed to have many endowed professorships, the most. So we have a certain number that are being renewed. And then we have 2 new ones that the recommendation is to bring those 2 professors into the endowed professorship class. And what we also discovered is actually we will have 1 more available that will be deliberated this fall because one of our endowed professors actually took a position at another institution, University of Tulsa Law School, so he gave up his endowed professorship. So with that, all of the endowed professorships at the Law Center are going to be, filled, and that amounts now to 15 of them.
Any questions of Mr. Pierre? We have a motion. Yes, Mr. Gilliam.
It's revealing, I think, that we find that Sussler and Suno have already been doing this for quite a while. And it was quite revealing to find that our sister institution, SUBR, is now catching up with the fact that indeed librarians should have academic rank. Thus, I move for approval of this item, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Been properly moved and seconded that we approve this action item C2. All of those in favor, let it be known by the sign of aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, ayes have it. We will move to action item 7D, request approval of academic rank for librarians.
Yes, sir. So Dr. Kite was very proactive in trying to make sure that we take an action on the Baton Rouge campus that recognized the academic rank of librarians. I first became aware of this issue when we started dealing with the pay raises that were given to faculty members at SUBR. And at first, there was an oversight with respect to librarians, but librarians are instructional staff. And so we got that corrected. And then in my conversations with Dr. Kite, she pointed out, as is reflected in the supporting data, that universities across the state of Louisiana have academic rank for librarians based upon criteria. And for whatever reason, Southern University Baton Rouge campus was not keeping up with them. So I thought that this is something that needed to be brought to the board. And Dr. Kite was very proactive in getting the research done and the work done. And I think it's entirely appropriate to do that because we are simply behind everybody else.
Any questions, Mr. Pierre? Mr. Gilliam?
Indeed, my comments, I was going ahead of myself on the agenda. The comments I previously made were in reference, of course, to this item. And if I'm in order, I would indeed approve motion for approval.
Okay. It's been moved by Mr. Gilliam, seconded by Dr. Williams, that we approve action item 7D. All of those in favor, let it be known by the sign of aye. Those opposed, ayes have it. Now for action item 8, an informational item, CEO Roundtable on Cancer going for goal accreditation announcement, SULC. Mr. Pierre again?
Yes, sir. So I'm very proud to say that we have been working since the last couple of years to get this accreditation for the Southern University Law Center. And I will say that it is probably an accreditation status that all of the constituent institutions of the Southern University system should try to get and receive, because this is about health. So health is wealth, and we know about health disparities within the state of Louisiana. So the Going for Gold initiative is an employer accreditation that recognizes universities that champion health and well-being by advancing prevention, diagnosis, and quality treatment for cancer for their students, faculty, staff, alumni, parents, and communities. And we know in the state of Louisiana, with the long history of Cancer Alley and chemical plants all up and down the river, that cancer rates are a big concern throughout this region of the state. And we thought that we could help deal with this issue by joining this very august and elite group. And I'll allow Ms. Hunter to come, because she has been really at the forefront of pushing this for us. We have some guests that'll be joining us via Zoom, and none of this could have been accomplished without the hard work of Ms. Jasmine Hunter.
Good morning.
Good morning.
As Chancellor here said, we have been working since 2022 on this. We first met with Joya Harris and Mary Liz Rich with the CEO Roundtable on Cancer, and we thought, with all that's going on in the Southern University system and around Baton Rouge, we needed to jump on the bandwagon. So with the help of my colleagues at the Law Center and Dawn Harris in HR, we completed the accreditation about 2 months ago, and we're able to get it approved, and I actually have our certificate. So what that does for us is it unlocks grant money that we're able to use to do different programming with the Law Center, and hopefully we can get the other institutions within the system to earn the accreditation so that we can do a robust program around the state of Louisiana. And so I'll introduce Miss Mary Liz and our champion, Mr. Fields Jackson.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you, Jasmine, for the introduction. And I'm not going to try to introduce Fields because I don't think he needs an introduction. However, Fields, I'm going to toss it over to you to get us going on this conversation today. And thank you all for having us and sharing time with us today.
Thank you, everybody. Hey, guys, I'm on the road. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
I'd like to thank Southern University Law School and Jasmine and Chancellor Pierre, the CEO Roundtable. I think we made the introduction a couple years ago, and Mary Liz will go over the organization. But I'm thrilled that you now have the accreditation with this group. They represent it, and thank you. I was just down on the campus. I was there. I think Board Member Shorty, I see him there, was down on the field. Dr. Stewart showed us, me and my wife, a tremendous time on the campus. Even though you lost the game, I thought I was about ready to run out on the football field and join the activity. So, but I think this is an outstanding organization. They have a lot of partners that I believe can also not only partner with the Southern Missouri Law Center, but also all your other system members. So I'm excited about this. And again, I'm looking forward to not only having Mary Liz share this information, but also bringing this to all the other system members that are on the Southern University system. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Mary Liz.
Great, thank you. And one of the downsides certainly of not being there with you is that we're not able to spend FaceTime with you. And the other downside is I can see my very large head on your screen, on my screen. So it's overwhelming. Thank you so much. This is quite a privilege to share time with you here today. The CEO Roundtable has had the pleasure of working with Fields. I think since we began this relationship right in the middle of the pandemic, at the top of the pandemic, Fields is whenever we first started talking with you, and we started talking about our program of work around going for gold, our gold standard accreditation. And I'm just going to give you a little bit of background of the Roundtable. Jasmine, if that's okay?
Yes.
Just a bit of background, great. So I serve as the president for the CEO Roundtable on Cancer. The person that should be here today is unable to be here, and that's Joya Delgado Harris. She's my colleague here. She's executive director of the CEO Cancer Gold Standard, and today she is sitting in the seats on behalf of patients, cancer patients around the country, and she is working with the Cancer Prevention Research Institute out of Texas, which is part of our NCI and NIH, and Joy is a peer reviewer there for research grants, and so we are thrilled that she's able to, represent patients also as a survivor, and she's also part of working with the CEO Roundtable on Cancer. And Joy and I met, by the way, whenever we worked together at the American Cancer Society, which actually brought me to the Roundtable. And the CEO Roundtable began in 2001. It was actually a call to action from the then President George H.W. Bush. But noting here, we are not a political enterprise. He was actually 12 years out of the Oval Office whenever he began the call to action around cancer, cancer prevention, and awareness. And he did so in a fashion of reaching out to CEOs to do something about cancer within their employee structure. His thought process and his wife's was that they had lost their daughter at the age of 3 to cancer, and they felt like that the journey around cancer and cancer prevention really began with the employer. A bit of the kind of the first, I liken it a bit to the first acts around the Affordable Care Act, placing the burden of your employee health on the employer and having the employer address it through their benefits packaging. The call to action began then. He reached out to then Bob Ingram, who is our founding board chairman for the CEO Roundtable on Cancer. He passed away at the end of March. At that time, he was the CEO of GlaxoSmithKline. He went on to serve on the White House Cancer Panel and many other aspects in his journey around oncology and a champion for patients. He actually lost his battle to cancer, as I mentioned earlier, in March. It was a 5-year battle. But this is a program that was near and dear to his heart and engaging companies around wellness and health culture. And in 2020, in January 2020, we launched a program around our accreditation. And that's what we're here to celebrate with you today. You have achieved gold standard CEO Cancer Gold Standard accreditation, and we realize that accreditation in the academic setting often is a non-starter conversation. Southern University Law Center jumped in, took the plunge, and readily received the challenge to become a premier institution around addressing the health and well-being of not only your faculty and staff, but also of your students, your alumni, your community, and being a flagship around cancer well-being, cancer health, cancer prevention, cancer survivorship, and general overall health and well-being. So we cannot be more excited about this opportunity and partnership. While it began with Phil's making that introduction, we started out talking with Marla Dickerson, Chancellor Pierre, Jasmine Hunter, was so instrumental in helping this to come to be, along with Dorothy Parker there on your campus. And this is just the beginning of a tremendous amount of partnership, because how the accreditation works is that this is a flag in the sand for you as an institution, and that you represent to your community, to your state, to your region, where you stand on health, but also it helps us to bridge partnerships with you, innovation with you around oncology, oncology health. Of course, you're a law center, health policy. And a big component of what we do, while we do not lobby nor create any type of lobbying packaging, we do create advocacy. And we do create instrumental work that influences legislation on the Hill through our work that we do in concert with you, as well as our many other partners. The accreditation here that you are being awarded, we call it, it's more of not really an award, it's really an achievement, because it is a very difficult challenge. However, I've got to share here that you are the third and only third employer to achieve accreditation in the state of Louisiana. And you did so with amazing colors, and that is you achieved 95% out of the total of accreditation standards. And that is one, outstanding, but also one of our biggest hurdles that many institutions face. And I'm not saying institutions, I'm saying corporations, for-profits, nonprofits, academics, etc. One of the biggest hurdles that it faces, especially in the South, is tobacco. The tobacco cessation program of work within the accreditation is monumental in reducing the burden of cancer, and you step through that without hesitation and without any problems whatsoever in addressing how you address it on your campus. You're already doing so many wonderful things there. I think that you just came off of a LaRue Health Fair, I believe, Chancellor Pierre, and that's outstanding. That's just another example of how you are amplifying health into your community, being a source for your community to anchor health in your community, and as I said, also with your alumni base as well, and being able to continue those. So we're looking forward to not just celebrating this accreditation, but we're looking forward to this continued partnership, because that's what going for gold is. It's not a we did this, we achieved it. This is how do we continue to foster this approach into our community? How can we continue to help you and work with you, partner with you, ideation? Some of the work that we're now doing with the enterprise out of DC, the National Minority Quality Forum. We're looking forward to advancing the Cancer Moonshot. We're actually playing a critical role along with them, and you will hopefully be working with us as we continue to advance that moonshot. Again, that moonshot is not a one-time scenario. That's us all rowing together and having opportunities to work with Southern University Law Center to help advance the ideation and the innovation around elements that impact oncology and oncology health in your marketplace will be hugely important. Thank you so much for all that you do, for what you have claimed, and I will also just take this opportunity, Chancellor Pierre, and you've mentioned this to us before, is taking that challenge to also do more for the enterprise, and as we work together, but advancing Southern University systems. You are the flagship. You put the stake in the ground first, and you're flying the flag highly. So we look forward to working with you as we bring on those additional leaders as well.
Thank you very much. And we have with us the chancellors for the Ag Center, which is very important in this concept. Chancellor Gant from Susler, Chancellor Ammons from SUNO, nursing programs at all three major cities in the state of Louisiana, Southern University of Baton Rouge, Southern University of Shreveport, Southern University of New Orleans. Again, I thought the opportunity here could really be a shot in the arm for the system to collaborate with companies like Merck and all the other folks that are part of the CEO Roundtable, and more importantly, provide the workforce that's needed to be imported into this, especially from a diversity standpoint. So we thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. That complete your presentation?
Can I make Mary Liz, before you jump off, and thank you, Chancellor Pierre. And I had a chance to visit the SUNO campus, so Dr. Kim Rujan and Dr. Jackson, they took me on a tour of your medical facility. Again, part of this is the opening up not just to the law center, but all of the partners. And again, we would love to have them join. But what I saw was the corporate partnerships that we can now touch base with. So, Mary Liz, can you go over some of the folks, because this is the who's who of the pharma industry, that I believe are open to not only meeting with your system, meeting with your students, meeting with your faculty, meeting with your staff, and helping them solve some of these issues around the world. But Mary Liz, can you kind of share just some of the folks that are part of this network?
Sure. Do I have some more time? Are we okay on time?
Cutting it close.
Okay. So we work with companies mainly in the life science sector. Companies such as, you've heard of them all, Sanofi, Pfizer, AstraZeneca, J&J, Merck, Amgen. But we also work with smaller biotech companies as well, which are hugely important to the ecosystem. And we're now expanding. We're not a huge enterprise. We're not a large box nonprofit. We are a small think tank ideation partnering enterprise that works on projects with partners that help to bring together ideas, really honestly, to solve problems together with the life science community that they can't do, shouldn't do, or wouldn't do alone. And bringing together that in conjunction with you, in conjunction with your other universities, is a critical element to addressing the burden of cancer. We are expanding a bit, as I mentioned, to grow into the financial, transportation, retail health, and technology sectors, all of which impact in the ways they impact the cancer ecosystem. But we don't want to grow much bigger because we appreciate the value exchange that we are able to bring to the table by being nimble and being able to move things swiftly alongside with you. So we see ourselves and then working with you as a collaborator, a convener, and a catalyst, and helping to initiate ideas, innovation in oncology and your nursing program, your ag program, your nutrition side. Those are all elements that impact the patient health, and our look ahead in prevention, early detection, survivorship, and certainly advancing clinical trials.
Thank you, Dr. Tarver.
Thank you. We're now moved to item number 9, which is other business. Is there any other business before the committee at this time? Hearing none, may I have a motion to adjourn? Moved by Ms.
We'll jump right into the Facilities and Properties Committee. We're going to ask that the chair of that committee, Attorney Shorty, take control.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Facilities and Property Committee is called to order. Mr. President, can I get a roll call, please?
Absolutely. Attorney Edwin Shorty.
Present.
Attorney Des Moines Rutledge. Mr. Paul Matthews. Mrs. Ann Smith. Dr. Leon Tarver II. Dr. Ronnie Whitfield. Mr. Myron K. Lawson.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, sir. Can I get a motion to adopt the agenda? Moved by Dr. Whitfield, seconded by Mr. Matthews. The agenda is adopted. Are there any public comments? Any comments relative to the Facilities and Property Committee? Seeing none, we will move on to our action item 5A, request approval of preliminary fiscal year 2024-25 capital outlay submission recommendations. Mr. Dawson.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Facility Chair Shorty, Facility Committee, Chairman Lawson, Solicitors Board, and President Shields. As you see, we went over this last month. And this is the recommendations that we're moving forward with for our capital outlay process at next session. As you know, our goal was to, and President Shields made sure that we got it to you early. We went over the initial recommendations. Some things have changed, which is what was handed out to you recently. I want to say it's a good thing that this is happening because these are continual discussions that we have with the chancellors about projects that are ongoing. The changes that you have, and I would like for you to approve, is first of all on the Southern Lab School, Southern University Lab School. That has increased from 55 million to 75 million as for the total project value. This happened after a discussion. Again, we make sure that we have current conversations with the delegation, and we had Senator Fields with us talking about the projects along with Mr. Brister doing the programming, and we realized that we needed to get some more dollars to get what we needed. So that's a recommendation.
Mr. Dawson, just to interrupt you,
yeah,
members, those changes are reflected on a handout that you were given that are not in your packet.
Yes. All right.
Thank you. Sorry about that, Mr.
Yeah,
Dawson.
no, sir. Thank you. So that's one. The second one, the only other change was at SUNO. We had a meeting, Dr. Ammons, we had a meeting to discuss the projects. And there's another direction that we're going to take dealing with the housing renovation. But since we actually had the general classroom building that was a part of HB2 last session, we are moving that forward, even though we didn't get any funding to move it forward, but that was a part of it. So those are the changes that we made, and we are recommending that this be approved and submitted for next session for our request.
Thank you, Mr. Dawson. Can I get a motion to approve? So moved by Dr. Whitfield, seconded by Mr. Matthews. Any comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. The action item is approved. Mr. Dawson, your facilities update, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Just briefly, I want to go over a few things. First of all, I'm going to start with the STEM building. That CMAR process is ongoing. Again, when you start dealing with costs and what's available for construction, there's always some challenges. At this particular point, it looks like there is a possibility of having to reduce some of the square footage in the STEM building to meet the AFC. We're still working with that because, again, the additional money that we obtained, the 18 million that we obtained for increase in the size, was to focus on research, was to have facilities for research. So we're having some discussion with FP&C about what we need to do to make some value added reductions, but something that will not affect that particular area. So that is moving forward. The business building is also moving forward. It was stated to be a CMAR. We don't know if it's going to be a CMAR now. It probably would be just a bid process. We're talking with FP&C about it because the CMAR process extends it longer than what we would like. So if we can move forward with having a bid process, that is something that we are looking at doing. A few projects on the HERF agenda: the police station, Harris Hall Learning Lobby, outdoor classroom, and the Welcome Center are projects that I'm expecting the advertisement for bid to go out any day. Everything seems to be completed at a point that we're waiting on FP&C just to issue the advertisement for bid on those projects, and that should happen soon. Programming. We have a couple of programming going on with architects, programming on two projects. One is the nursing building addition and renovation here on campus. That project is going well. Dr. Brown has been very pleased with who we selected to assist us with programming, and is going very well. And also the Southern University Lab School, that program is going on with Mr. Brister and his team. It's stellar. and I'm very pleased with what we're seeing. The next thing is we had our Board of Regents visit. We just recently had the Board of Regents visit at SUNO. I want you to know that Dr. Ammons asked for all the money to go to him. And but no, it was a very good meeting. It was a very good meeting at SUNO, and I think that we have some things moving forward. That nursing school, I think that members of the Board of Regents and who we have for FPNC, we're very excited about that particular project. The cafeteria is one that will be coming up in selection. I think it's going to probably be in November. We are excited about that. And also we found out some additional monies that we could get for some of his generators that he needed, another source. That's the important thing about conversations. That's the important thing about having conversation with FPNC, with the chancellors to discuss the projects. Because just when we had that conversation about the need for generators, another opportunity of how they could be funded, was presented. So we are moving forward to make sure that we jump on that and make it happen. Now, we have a couple of others that's coming up. SUNO happened on the 14th. The SUBR Board of Regents meeting will be on the 26th of this month. So I will be working with the president, chancellors, and Miss Dr. Merritt, of course, about getting the presentations ready for that. And at Sussex will be on the 28th. Dr. Gann and I will be talking about that and making sure that we are prepared. So those are going forward. We invite any board members to attend who will like. I mean, I think it is a great and important meeting. One other thing I want to talk about is deferred maintenance. And I think that, again, Dr. Ammons is very familiar with some of the issues that we recently had with deferred maintenance. I want to say that I commend a group of people that came together to make sure that that campus was up and running when the HVAC was not working. It got to a point that students would not be able to attend class. We pulled together a group of people one Friday afternoon. They worked all weekend. They were able to get HVAC working again so that the students could be back on campus. It wasn't necessarily the initial group that FPNC had, but the goal is to get the work done. And we were able to get it done. And now I think that we have a program that will make sure that the HVAC issues are addressed. We don't want to continue to visit the same thing over and over again. So we're going to address those issues. And that was something that was done. I think Dr. Ammons can attest to this. I know I can attest to it. I feel more comfortable about what that situation is now than I ever have. And so now we won't have to continue to revisit the same thing. We also have deferred maintenance project that's going on at Sussex, dealing at the Metro. We have a direction, Dr. Gann, that's going to solve the issues with the Metro HVAC. We also have deferred maintenance project here at SUBR, dealing with the chillers, and that has been approved for us to move forward with dealing with making sure that those systems are working correctly to get enough cool chill water capacity for our campus. I want to say that because of our efforts, now FPNC is giving the ability to manage some projects to the university. So they're going to be entering CEAs, and I'm going to get our legal counsel to assist us with this. They're going to be entering CEAs with us to allow us to go ahead and manage projects ourselves. This hasn't recently happened, okay? But because of our push, because of, I guess we show some aptitude of being able to handle it, that is what we're doing. One other thing I want to share, the goal is in facility, I probably will start with this because I can go on because we got a lot of things going on. But the goal is to be able to set up a system in SUBR that we'll be able to understand and know and monitor what's going on in our buildings. There are a lot of controls that are put in these projects, but sometimes you have one contractor that put in one set of controls, another contractor put in another set of controls. They don't talk to each other. They don't talk. So how can the central plant, the chill water system, know what they need if there's no communication between the system? We're changing that. And because of that, over at SUNO, they should get a new control system at no cost to them because of another program that's kind of dealing with what we did with Mr. Chairman with the Public Service Commission. We also looking at doing some controls here. One project that we're going to do is that we're going to deal with the FG Clark Activity Center. We're bringing in controls with that. That's another project that we're moving forward with that should be of no cost to the university. Okay, so I'm just saying that I'm excited about what we are going to do. I'm excited about the possibilities there. We got a couple of selection committees that's coming up. One is going to be Dr. McMeans. That's going to be your meat lab. That's coming up. And we also have on selection committee, which is next week, we're going to be getting the architect for the nursing school. We have other selections coming up in October. We also have other selections coming up in November. So the next 3 months, Southern University System will be selecting engineers and architects for projects that we have. So I just want to say thank all of you for your support, because without the support of the chancellors and the administration, we couldn't do this. But I'm excited about where we're going to be standing in the next year or so. Thank you.
Good job, Mr. Dawson. Thank you so much. Members, any questions for Mr. Dawson? Seeing none, we'll move on to other business. Begging the chairman's indulgence, I would like to ask the president, relative to facilities in the property committee. We're going to talk later about our organizational chart and suggested changes to the organizational chart. But I would like the president to look at our organizational chart as it relates to facilities and property and determine if there's some changes needed that will help Mr. Dawson facilitate his job. And if that, if there's a change needed on who's reporting to him or how we're structuring things under him, because it seems like it's a little bit disjointed in who he has direct control over. And I think we can probably do some tweaks that will make things flow a lot better. Because obviously Mr. Dawson has a great understanding of what's going on, and I think he needs to have probably a little bit more control.
Absolutely. We've already been talking about that, to have the facilities directors on the campuses have a direct report to him with dotted line to the vice chancellors on the campuses. I'd also add that Mr. McClinton beat me up and convinced me to add a couple of staff members for Ken Dawson.
Yeah.
So that we could monitor these projects that are being built and avoid some of the prior snafus we've had with new buildings going down much too quickly because we didn't monitor what the contractors are doing.
Awesome.
So I think we're getting better. And I would just add the energy and expertise that Mr. Dawson brings to the table is having a phenomenal impact across the system. And obviously the leadership of Mr. McClinton is real important in that way. Over the next 3 to 5 years, they're going to transform the way each of our campuses look. And that's a tribute to the legislature and the governor, but also the hard work and excellent work that those folks are doing.
Thank you, sir. With that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn. So moved by Dr. Whitfield, seconded by Ms. Smith. We are adjourned.
Thank you, Attorney Shorty. We'll go directly into Finance Committee. Next, the chair of that committee call it to order, Dr. Orlando Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to call the Finance Committee meeting to order. Roll call, please, Mr. President.
Yes, Dr. Williams. Dr. Orlando Williams.
Present.
Mrs. Ann Smith. Mr. Sam Gilliam. Mrs. Christy Reeves. Attorney Des Moines Rutledge. Dr. Leon Tarver II. Mr. Myron K. Lawson.
Certainly.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion to adopt the agenda. Moved by Ms. Reeves, second by Mr. Gilliam. All those in favor? Motion is adopted. Are there any public comments? Seeing none. Item 5, informational items. The financial report is attached to your documents that were sent last night. There's any other business to come before this committee? I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Moved by Mr. Gilliam, second by Ms. Reeves. All those in favor? Motion passes. We stand adjourned.
Dr. Williams. Okay. Want it done, look for a woman. So they say in the Baptist church. Okay, governance. I'm going to ask that the vice chair take charge of the committee in the absence of his chair. Dr. Talbot is enjoying his annual celebration as the head of the National Baptist Convention. I don't think he wanted to miss his celebration night for this meeting for more reasons than one. Dr. Whitfield.
Thank you. We will now call the Governance Committee to order. Can I get a roll call, please, Mr. Secretary?
Yes, Dr. Whitfield. Reverend Dr. Samuel Tolbert, Dr. Ronnie Whitfield.
Present.
Mrs. Christy Reeves. Attorney Edwin Shorty. Dr. Leon Tarver II. Mr. Jaron Young, Mr. Myron K. Lawson.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. We will now move to item 3, adoption of the agenda. Do I have a motion? So moved by Attorney Shorty. Second, anyone? Second by Christy Reeves. Here no changes. Agenda is adopted. Public comments. We do have one public comment. Is Tracy Washington still here? Ms. Washington. And I'll remind you, Ms. Washington, we do a 3-minute limit, and the items are to be pertinent to the agenda at hand. Thank you.
Three-minute limit for a trial lawyer is always tough.
Yes, ma'am, I understand.
Attorney Shorty knows this real well. Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to speak with you and address you. It's been a minute since I've been to the Southern University System meeting, wearing a different hat at the time, but because the Americans with Disabilities Act was on the agenda this morning, I wanted to address Southern University System as a larger ecosystem and maybe place a challenge to us. And I say us because I wear several hats here with Southern University System. Initially, when I addressed this board, it was years ago because we in the community, me as civil rights attorney, social justice advocate Tracy Washington, was asked to work with community to make sure the devils who were trying to ensure Southern University New Orleans no longer exists. I guess maybe they wanted it to be LSU South, I don't know, but that we could organize that community, ensure the viability and continued existence of a great institution, SUNO, and we did work with community and we were able to do that. Several years ago, I guess it was in 2021, Chancellor Pierre, whom I'd known and worked with for several years, still wearing that hat as civil rights attorney, asked me to join your faculty at Southern University Law Center. And I so appreciate that. And we've worked together. And so I've been honored as a PWI girl in an HBCU world to work with you all in that role. And now as a student, as a PhD student in the public policy school, where there have been challenges that I'll talk about, but in a larger ecosystem now as an individual with disabilities you may not see, but who is physically and visually impaired. And I know that we have ADA on the agenda. Southern University has this beautiful opportunity to now work with a larger community that I'm now a member of a community of impaired individuals with disabilities who want to have access, full access to this system. We can begin even with ensuring that our documents are available and readily accessible for those individuals like me who are visually impaired. Large print documents would be wonderful. We can ensure that as today you all consider a new policy for employees of the system, that instead of first doing this treetops, that we go to your community of employees first and say, what is it that you all need? I'll wrap up, I promise. What is it that you all need first as a community? Okay, ding dong. As a community, to ensure that we have a policy that works for an entire community of impaired individuals. And finally, because I still get this call all the time, because people know me as an attorney who represents students. I get calls from parents, even coming up here. Attorney Washington, help me. My child is not being fully serviced in this school as a disabled student. And I know personally, because I've had to work in this area personally, that we work and ensure that all of our schools, all of our chancellors understand that you've got to comply with the ADA. But you're not the only system that gets it messed up. I'm just saying, you have a body of individuals who come to you as advocates, me, Tracy Washington, as PWI girls in an HBCU world, faculty and administrators, as students who want to work with you reach out to us. We're here as impaired, disabled individuals, right? Who will work with Southern University to ensure our entire ecosystem is fully accessible to the disabled and to the impaired. And I thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you for your passion, Tracy. Thank you so much, Attorney Washington. Any more items, public comments that are pertinent to the agenda? Hearing none, we'll move to action item 5A, the Americans with Disabilities Act policy number 6-011. This policy is to outline and unify the system standards and procedures for ADA compliance in regard to the Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990. It's amending Act of 2008, Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973, the Louisiana Employment Discrimination Law, Act 103 of the 2022 regular legislative session, and Act 393 of the 2023 regular legislative session. To have a motion to accept the no? So move. Attorney Shorty. Second. Anyone? Jerron, we have a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor? Vote. Any objections? Moving on to action item 5B, risk management policy number 12-003. This policy is to inform risk management policies and procedures throughout the system in order to achieve better compliance in an effort to protect system employees from accidents and to reduce the system's insurance costs. Let me just, we'll just move to, so move, motion second, Jerron. Any discussion? All those in favor?
There's a lot of excitement
I can tell. All those in favor, say voice by saying aye. Any objections? Hearing none. And finally, as you all have at your desks, request of approval of the 2022-2023 board self-evaluation. Dr. Penning, would you care to make any comments about the board self-evaluation?
Board of Supervisors, certainly my colleagues here and everybody that's listening, good morning to you once again. This item is directly correlated to SAC COC standard 4.2G, which is one of 12 standards under the governing board for SACs. And presentation of this allows the board to remain compliant with each and every one of the board SAC standards. I'll go through this very quickly. It's one of the requirements, and then be happy to take any questions. Marcus, how do we move this forward?
Good.
Okay. And I'll go straight to the open-ended questions that kind of wraps it all up together. There are only 6 of them. Question number 1, what are the board's greatest strengths? And this is based on the 22-23 survey that all 16 board members participated in. Thank you very much. The top 3 items are as follows. Number 1, as an aggregate, the board ranked its commitment to advancement of the Southern University system, its campuses, the missions as the number 1 item. Number 2, the second strength was board membership diversity. And number 3 is the aggregate professional experience of our board. We truly are very blessed with a very seasoned board here at Southern University within the Southern University system. Question number 2, what are the areas in which the board could improve? And you have this in your handout. I'm on page 5. Number 1 area that the board acknowledged for improvement would be placing a greater focus on customer service and also on student outcomes across the Southern University system, especially in the area of enrollment, retention, graduation rates, and the whole notion of student recruitment and onboarding. The second area that the board acknowledged was placing a greater focus on fundraising and marketing the entire Southern University system and its campuses. And the third area for improvement that the board acknowledged was greater communication and engagement. Question number 3. What are the major accomplishments of the board in this past year? As an aggregate, the number 1 response was the Southern University system and its campuses successfully navigating the COVID-19 pandemic. Item number 2, the selection of our current board chair and the board retreat that was most recently held. And item number 3 was the selection, the board acknowledged as an accomplishment, was the selection of the permanent chancellor for the Southern University Shreveport campus. Dr. Gant, once again, congratulations. The next item, as a board member, I am most pleased about. The number 1 item that was listed was board advocacy and engagement during the 2023 legislative session. And our board members were active, and we accomplished many great things for the entire Southern University system. Item number 2, board collaboration, leadership, and chair selection. And the number 3 item was the alumni support that board members see, throwing their support behind every single one of our campuses. Question number 5. As a board member, I am most concerned about, number 1, the future direction of the Southern University system and its campuses, 41%. Number 2, student outcomes across the Southern University system, specifically enrollment, retention, and graduation rates. In addition, the notion of the registration and onboarding processes was listed. And the number 3 item that the board expressed its concern over is the brain drain that has recently occurred, especially as it relates to faculty and staff retention. And finally, question number 6, I recommend the board adopt the following 3 goals. The board as an aggregate came up with 3 items, and I ranked the top 3 that they saw for this upcoming year. Item number 1, separating the position of president chancellor. Item number 2, placing a great emphasis or a strong focus on student outcomes. Once again, you hear the themes repeat themselves: enrollment, retention, and graduation rates, in addition to housing and campus life. And finally, item number 3, following up on the board retreat that was recently held, especially the notion that the items that were raised during the retreat, the mission, vision, strategic plans, making sure that we have balanced budgets, marketing, branding, and fundraising across the Southern University system. Mr. Chairman, this completes the board self-evaluation report. I'm happy to take any questions. Otherwise, I yield back to the chair.
Attorney Shorty.
I don't know who's best positioned to answer this. Why is this an action item as opposed to an informational item? Like, we're voting to approve the thing we already did, as opposed to just getting the info. It may not make a difference. I was just curious if it. Okay. Gotcha. Then I would move approval. Aye.
Any objections?
It may be the air conditioning.
Yeah, something wrong.
Is it too cool in here?
All right. Moving on to other business. Agenda item 6, any other business? Hearing none. I move for adjournment. Any second on that? I have a motion on that. Jerron, second. Christie? Adjourned. I would have been faster, Myron. I just was asleep.
I understand. As long as you weren't the cause. All right. Go directly into Personnel Affairs Committee. Actually, the chair of that committee, the Honorable Sam Gilliam.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Personnel Affairs Committee is hereby called to order. Mr. President, please give us roll call.
Most certainly. Mr. Sam Gilliam.
Present.
Mrs. Christy Reeves. Here. Attorney Jody Amity. Here. Mrs. Azelle Dudley. Dr. Leon Tarver. Dr. Arlene.
Yeah.
Dr. Orlando Williams. Mr. Myron K. Lawson.
Present. I heard he had no flush.
We have a quorum.
Full house. Good. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Let me kind of warn you this. The Personnel Affairs Committee obviously will not proceed as quickly as my honorable seatmates Finance Committee did, but we'll do our very best, Mr. Chairman, to expedite the day, if you would. Okay. The next item was called for adoption of the agenda, but we have amendments that we have to make, and we bring your attention to those before we solicit a motion for adoption. If you would, we'll focus attention on action item B, number 1. The adjustment we will make there is this will not be an interim position. It will read thus, salary adjustment with additional duties and responsibilities. Okay. Also, we are adding item number 9. This is under action item B. This will be called B number 9. The individual here, the personal action form here, is relative to a Philip Smith. This is a new appointment, assistant, golf course / development coordinator. And I can go ahead and cite the salary, what we open session, $70,000, and the funding source is going to be from the state. The other amendment to the agenda will be deletion of item E. Repeating, deletion of item E. I believe that includes all of the amendments and the revisions we need to make. That stated, Chair will solicit from you an adoption of the amended agenda. What is your pleasure? It has been moved by Dr. Williams and second by Ms. Dudley that the Personnel Affairs Committee will be approved as amended. Number 4 calls for public comments, and we have some. I'm sorry?
Unanimous.
Unanimous.
Yes.
Roll call I need on it?
Yes.
Okay. If you would then, Mr. President, we'll have you do a roll call.
Mr. Sam Gilliam,
Yes.
Mrs. Christy Reeves, Attorney Jody Amity, Ms. Hazel Dudley, Dr. Leon Tarver II, Dr. Orlando Williams, Mr. Myron K. Lawson.
Yes.
It's unanimous.
Thank you very much. Okay. Solves that, Council? Thank you very much. The next item calls for public comments, and we have public comments, and we will ask those who approach, please be cognizant of the fact that there is a 3-minute limit, and we will ask, please, that your comments be relative to certain items that are on the agenda. The first person that I have is Howard White. Mr. White, is he in the room? Okay. Sir, the podium is yours.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Mr. Chair, Board, I'm excited that it relates to item B, number 3, that we decided not to fund. We talked about at the last meeting, preparation with our alumni, and I think it's important that we equally talk about excitement that we're moving forward. We didn't get a chance to mention the last time we were here, a lot of our alumni were in town because we actually had our first cohort of fully funded engineering students. We had 11 students with 27 ACT and 3.9 grade point average. 6 young ladies, 5 men, young men that are now students of Southern University as engineering students. So those alumni were here to help provide those wraparound services, with each one of those having 2 mentors to help them make sure they graduate and they're available for the company. So we're excited about that. And we're excited about that the board has chose to move forward with leadership to grow that program. And so as we move forward, we're going to continue to challenge you to fully support engineering and sciences because STEM is a large gateway to our university. When you look at the numbers, oftentimes students raise their hand and say, I want to be an engineer. I want to be a scientist. And it's a little tougher than they think, but they graduate as a Southern University graduate. Companies come here looking for engineers, scientists, but they also hire all other majors. So I challenge you to continue to drive it forward. And as alumni, we commit to be here to help move our university back to where it used to be as the #1 producer of engineers and STEM as a whole. Thank you.
We thank you very much, Mr. White, for your pertinent comments. The next individual before the committee for comments is Lee Hampton. Mr. Hampton, how are you, sir? Glad to have you with us.
I'm well, thank you. Good morning, board.
Morning,
I think I was just here 4 weeks ago, so I certainly don't want to start making this a habit, but I appreciate the opportunity. So thank you for putting the agenda back on the agenda. I am here to advocate for Dr. Leon Martin, as Dean of College of Science and Engineering. He has a unique set of skills and experiences that I think are well suited for the College of Science and Engineering at such a time as this. So what I want to do today is just kind of recap comments that I made a few weeks ago. And then I want to pose a question that ironically I'll also provide the answer, and then close out with an invitation. So the recap is really around alignment. So as I mentioned last time, Dr. Martin came out of the search committee as the top vote getter from the search committee. We put him in front of the alumni group. He was also the preferred candidate from the alumni group. And then the hiring managers had a go at it, and he was also the preferred candidate. So that gives us some confidence that we're moving in the right direction, and we provided the right leadership for that particular role. Now, I'm not naive, so I know there's a lot of noise in the system. And I'm very aware of that. And noise often creates chaos. And so the question that I want to present to you today is really not my question. It's a question that was presented in the 1960s by Dr. Martin Luther King. And I've got a book here that I've probably bought about 3 or 4 times. It's called "Where Do We Go From Here? Chaos or Community?" Every time I loan it out, I forget who I gave it to, and it never comes back to me. So where do we go from here? Chaos or community? And I think that's the question in front of us. And he gave the answer: chaos or community. And I would advocate the answer is community. I recognize that as excited as we are, and as much hope as we have that Dr. Martin will provide the leadership that we need, everyone does not share in that opinion. And so it is time for us to come together as a community, because we need the entire community, whether it's faculty, staff, administrators, board, external partners, alumni, to get behind this appointment, such that we can get back to where we want to get to, which is the #1 producer of Black engineers in the nation. So we need all hands on board. Everyone that loves Southern University, which I'm sure we all do, has a part in this, and we are stronger together. So I'll close out with that invitation to others to join in and make this all that we think it can be. And then I'll close out with a couple of verses from the fight song, because the fight song is really not just for football, it's really for the whole university. And I love the way they coin this: defenders of the blue and gold, we will always loyal be, not to individuals, but to the university as a whole. And then I'll close it out by saying this: we've got the will to win for thee, Southern University, and we will fight, fight, fight till we win the victory. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hampton, for revisiting with us. We appreciate your pertinent comments. Word of advice to always buy multiple copies of books, because indeed, when you lend them out, you don't get them back. Okay. Thank you very much. The next individual that is cited to speak before us is Professor Albert Samuels. Dr. Samuelson, please. Not the board, full board. Good. I will pass it on to Chairman Lawson. Are there any other individuals who have submitted cards for comments? If not, we will move on to our action items. And may I ask, as chair, we have quite a number of issues here, as you will see. First of all, I'd ask your consideration looking at action items A and B. Yes, who's speaking? Yes.
Before we vote on the action item, I know this is.
Can we get Mr. Douglas' mic on?
I know this is I'd like to ask a question, and then I'd like to make a request. In B, there are a number of interims for some very important positions on the Baton Rouge campus. And I don't know to whom this question goes, but I certainly would like to see a very robust search for the permanent replacement for some of these positions. Can somebody tell me what's the plan and whether or not we have a timeline to get somebody in permanently in these positions, particularly number 2, 6, 7, and 8?
We're talking about SUBR, Mr. Rutledge?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and who is speaking for us? Oh. If you will, Chancellor Pierre, I would assume, or President?
President, I think.
So we are going to, with the approval of these interim positions, begin the process of putting together search committees for each of those positions and start executing on that process as quickly as possible.
Thank you. Also, Mr. Chairman, I've not had an opportunity. I apologize. I had death in my family and I had to attend the deal last night and I couldn't attend the reception, but I've not had an opportunity to meet Dr. Martin, and I don't know whether or not all of the board members have. I don't know whether or not he's here or not, but would it be inappropriate, Chairman Gillum or Chairman Lawson, to ask him to come before we vote on this to make a few comments? I'd just like to
It's appropriate.
see who he
Is
is.
he in the audience in credit?
I'd like to hear him articulate a vision. This is a very important unit. Come on up.
If he in need of it, please.
Don't be bashful.
Pleasure to see the individual behind the CV that we took.
Very
It's a
important
pleasure of the board to
academic
meet you.
unit here at the institution, and I want to hear from you and as succinctly as possible what your vision for this academic unit.
Yeah, see. Absolutely. First of all, good morning. Good morning, everyone. I will apologize first because I'm going to forego the protocol formalities. You're all distinguished, so I just want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you and to tell you some very important things. I think the most important thing would be for you to know who I am and why I'm here. And so I want to thank everyone who has shown me support for being in this role. In terms of vision, in terms of philosophy, I would say my foundational philosophy is that I'm results oriented, and results come from processes, and processes are managed and operated and run by people. So if you want to get the results that you want and you want to get it right, you have to focus on people. And so that's why I think it's important for you to know who I am and why I'm here with you today, why I'm here, why I want to join you here at Southern. Well, I'm originally from South Carolina. I was brought up in a single parent home, and my mother instilled in me at a very early age, me and my brother, the importance and the value of education. And she was very, very adamant that we took that seriously through educational experiences, enrichment activities, etc. And so as a child, I did really, really well in school. So well, I graduated at 16 from high school, received full scholarship through NACME and through as a Westinghouse scholar to go to the University of South Carolina to pursue engineering. And so I was all set on my path to being a chemical engineer, to going to the University of South Carolina. And so I started, and in the first 2 years of my college experiences, I did everything except what I was supposed to do. I had a good time, I partied, went to class less and less and less. And, after 2 years, I had lost everything. I had lost my scholarship. I had lost my internship. I had lost my confidence. And most importantly, I think I had disappointed my mother, who had put so much into me. And I disappointed my community that had supported me. And I wasn't a good steward of their investment. And so in South Carolina, the old folks, they have a phrase: either you're going to work in the classroom or you're going to work in the field. And so it was clear that I was not working in the classroom. So my field was a paper mill in Augusta, Georgia. I started working there that summer. My uncle got me a job, started working there that summer, and it was 120 degrees on a cool day. And we didn't have many cool days. And so at that point, I felt like I had hit rock bottom, and I was doing a lot of reflecting. And in part of that reflecting, I reflected on my STEM education in high school. And two thoughts came to mind. First was my calculus class, where my math teacher would tell N-word jokes religiously, and then ask me if I got it. The second thought that I had in my STEM education in high school was my chemistry teacher. And my high school, the whole chemistry wing is named after her now. And I remember telling her that I wanted to be a chemical engineer, and she laughed in front of me, in front of the entire class. And so as I'm in that paper mill,
And I'm thinking to myself, I'm thinking back, and I'm saying, my God, they were right. This is the story of me, right, in this hot paper mill. And then I thought to my history class, and I recalled one of my history books, and we didn't cover it in class, but it was in the book. And it was a little section on Booker T. Washington and George Washington Carver. And I looked at that and I said, you know, my mother went to an HBCU. My brother went to an HBCU. You know, maybe there's a place for me at Tuskegee. And so I went home and I told my mother, I said, you know, I've been thinking and I think I want to go just visit. And so we went and she said, okay, I'll take you. And we went and we visited and I fell in love. Instantly, I got this tingle. I fell in love with the campus. And I said, Mark, can we go to admissions and just see? So we went to admissions, and hoping to speak with an admissions officer. And there was no one there. The only person that was there actually was the vice president of enrollment. And since it was the summer and no one was really there, we asked the secretary, could we just have a few minutes? And he agreed, Dr. Lee, he agreed to see me and my mother. We sat down and we explained the situation. And he said, well, you know, son, I got to tell you, this is not looking good. I have three things to tell you. First of all, the fall enrollment ended months ago. And so you're a little late. Second thing I have to tell you is that your grades are so bad that you're inadmissible. So the third is that even if I were to admit you, there's no financial aid. All the financial aid has been given out. And so we don't have any money to help support you. And so I had to humble myself and did what anyone in my position ought to do, which is I begged. And I begged this man, please let me in your schoolhouse because I didn't want to go back to my field. And so after I did some convincing, he relented and he allowed me to be admitted based on my high school credentials. And so I went in that semester. So I went back actually to Georgia and I worked double shifts. I worked double and a half shifts, triple shifts, overtime. I worked as much as possible because I had to pay to go to Tuskegee that year. No scholarship, nothing. And so at the end of the summer, I fell short. I didn't have the money to go for that first year. And so I went to my mother again and I asked her if she would support me. And she did.
All right, brother.
Good time.
All right.
And I went to Tuskegee that first year, and I found community, support, a culture of excellence, and a cause that I could believe in that I was a part of. And by the end of that first year, I did so well that everything that I had lost, I got it back. The scholarship came back. The internships came back. My mother was proud of me again. My community looked up to me again. And that's where my CV picks up. That's where you have. So you have what happened after that. And so, you know, it's probably not a good look to start off a position like this. It's probably the most pivotal appointment in my career. It means a lot. And thank you so much for recommending me and for thinking so highly of me. And so I know it's unorthodox to start that off with failures and demonstrations of humility. But I think it's important for you to know, you know, as to who I am, I'm a product of an HBCU ecosystem. I understand the importance. I understand the need. I understand the cause. And so in terms of why I'm here at Southern, we're all a part of the HBCU. I didn't go to Southern. I knew of Southern, but I didn't come. It was too far. They wouldn't let me come all the way out here. But I recognize the importance
of the lives that a Southern University saves. My life was saved by an HBCU. And so I'm here because I want to pay that forward. Everything that was poured into me that allowed me to be successful, I'm here to give that back. So I hope that answers your question.
It does, and I'm very happy that I asked you to come up. And let me tell you something, as far as I'm concerned, you could not have started off any better. That was a very compelling story, and one that I certainly will is reflective of a lot of young men and women who come to us through various routes and overcoming a lot of challenges. And so thank you. I want to be the first to welcome you to Southern University and to the family. Look forward to the leadership that you're going to provide over there. Thank you.
I add to that, Dr. Martin, we thank you for your candor because I'm certain many of us share your circumstances, humble beginnings. Myself, indeed, I had a couple of options to go to the sawmill and work with my dad or go to the Vietnam War. Obviously, this was a more viable option. It's always impressive, too, when you see a person, after looking at your CV, your curriculum, vita, and all those things. Humility is something I think is one heck of an attribute to have. When I reflect, not being extremely spiritual, Mr. Rutledge, but I go back to Matthew, I think it's 27th chapter, where it says, take my yoke upon you. He says, and I will show you that I am meek and humble of heart, and you shall find rest for your soul. I appreciate your candor. Are there any other questions or comments you want to direct to Dr. Martin? Please.
Sam, I just want to comment. I didn't know I was going to have to bring onions to the meeting today, but I teared up a little bit, brother. I'm proud of you, and I'm sure all of us at some point had some challenges as well. So starting off, like the morning said, with the humility might have been the best thing you could have done. So we appreciate you. We're looking forward to big things. I don't know if I was listening to the Book of Job or to Leader Martin, but Mr. Martin, we appreciate you. So thank you, and looking forward to you to take us to that next level.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Say something.
Mr. Chairman.
I hear a lot of congratulations. I heard the same thing when Dr. Gant name was on the agenda in Shreveport in celebration, and we hadn't voted yet. Unless my memory's failing me, we haven't voted yet. I firmly believe it's all done.
I think we voted.
And after that, after what I heard, you can drop the mic. That's what I say. So welcome aboard, and I'm premature, but I tell you what, it's kind of like to say in the church, you're coming right on time. So we need you, and we'll see what happens with this vote. But congratulations. Yeah.
Well, before we move to the motion, would there be any other individuals who would care to make comments or ask questions of Dr. Martin at the podium?
So my observation is this candidate is a product of a process on this campus. A search committee, representative, the chairs of every department in that school, the alumni, business and industry representatives, and I think is an exemplar of how we go about doing this and the kind of candidates that will come through that process. I won't say to you, Dr. Martin, I knew your background that you talked about this morning, but intuitively I thought, this is a person that can lead our College of Science and Industry into the future in a powerful way. So I thank you for taking the time to be here today.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And thank you, Dr. Martin, for sharing with us.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you for your time, and thank you for the opportunity.
Right. Let us get to the formal. Chair will, after all has been said, Chair will solicit a motion on action items A and B. We'll hold C out because I see my distinguished individual back there. What is your pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, on action items A and B? Go, Bo. Okay, I get a motion from Dr. Williams that the action items A and B would be accepted and approved and global. Did I get a second? second from Mrs. Hale. Those in favor, please let it know by the sign of aye.
Aye.
Opposes nay. Okay, now you are in order, if you would. You may give applause to those approved, if you will. Thank you all. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, comment?
He stepped out for a second.
Okay, all right, good. We are now down to item C, and we hold this up for purposes. Mr. Rail is here, I think. These items deal with funding, basically from the System Foundation, and there were some individuals who wanted to be sure that the CEO would be in a position to come and make comments regarding these recommendations. Would you please, Al?
You just want me to start? No questions specifically?
No questions specific.
All right.
It's
So
your
the positions that you see before you that will be funded from the foundation were a result of a 4-month search and a 2-year feasibility study in preparation for our system-wide capital campaign. In your packet, you will see an executive summary of the staffing model that was requested. And although all of those positions are not being addressed now, we know in the future, we hope to fill those. The first 2 that was instrumental in our setting up the infrastructure for the capital campaign would be advancement operations and institutional and legacy giving. From that search conducted by Academic Search, the same firm that was used to select the Dean of the College of Engineering and Science, we brought forward Mr. Christopher Freeman and Ms. Biaka Williams for consideration. Any questions?
Point of clarification, I believe, if you will, Dr. Tarver, I believe at one of the meetings we had, I think it was the retreat. Was the retreat or was that the one you missed? It was one of those. The Alfred group, who was your I think your consulting group at that point. He asked the generalized question, if indeed the focus, because as I appreciate it, the initiative with the Alfred group working, consulting with you was imagine Southern feasibility, but he asked the question if indeed the focus were almost exclusively limited to SUBR. My question as a follow-up to that concern is, if you would in a statement or two, assure us that indeed the individuals who were referenced here will indeed give some assistance in terms of assisting Sussler, assisting Suno, because most of your personnel in here are specific to the Baton Rouge family. Make some of us a little more comfortable. I'm sorry, sir.
Can't hear you.
Okay, this is about it. What about now? Yeah. Okay, do I have to repeat all that? Did you get into that, Charlie?
No, I heard you.
Okay, good. I was telling him that the sensibility was that the Alfred group that served as his consultant, they used I think the nomenclature was Imagine Southern Imagine Southern feasibility study, and this was their final project. But some seem to indicate that the focus was almost exclusively on SUBR. And the positions here, I'd just like a point of comfortableness from you that indeed, because the foundation this is systems foundation, right?
Correct.
It's for everybody. All of God's children are going to be at the trough, right?
Right.
Good. We just want to know indeed. Tell us indeed, specifically, how will you make this have implications and some impact for Sussler, Dr. Gant, and Suno, and Dr. Ammons and that community?
That's a good question. So it's parked under the system, right, personnel section in your packets, because these individuals would provide services to the entire system. That would include all 5 campuses. There's a 250-page document that speaks to the entire feasibility study that was done for the impending capital campaign. And that includes all 5 campuses. both Dr. Gant and Dr. Ammons were brought into the overall feasibility study by both groups of consultants to look at projects on those campuses that we would direct resources to through the capital campaign.
I was looking for a kind of a nod of amen from him. I get it. Good. Are there any other points of questions, points of clarification?
Just
Please.
one thank you, Mr. Harrell, for the foundation, as I appreciate it on the front end of these appointments, are going to support the financial commitments that accompany them totally. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And that, as I appreciate it, there is some ongoing discussion with the university to transition those employees to the university's payroll.
Correct.
Okay. The last report that I read, and maybe you can put a finer point on this, based on the current investment that the university makes by way of salary benefits to foundation employees, we are receiving somewhere north of a 2,000% return on that investment. Is that number accurate?
Correct, roughly. To give you the aggregate number, the total compensation that's invested in foundation employees, system foundation employees, is a little bit north of $950,000. In our last 11 audit reports, the foundation has directed, on average, north of $11 million back to the university and its campuses. The rough math is about 2,200% return on investment.
And so taking that to its logical extension, it makes sense to conclude that if we invest more, we may realize a higher return on that investment.
Correct. And those findings were also articulated by the independent consultants.
Now, we always hate to make comparisons to LSU because we always preface them by saying we can't make the comparison. But I think at one of our past meetings, you gave a report that showed the number of development officers we have versus the number of development officers other institutions have. And you see the amount of revenue that's being raised or the return on that investment. What's the number? And I hate to put you on the spot.
Sure.
Do you have a rough comparison?
Well, LSU, which is I don't want to use that as a comp, but if you look at other HBCUs, right, who are responsible for one campus, you look at Xavier in New Orleans, they have right at about 30 development professionals, where we have under 20 now here at Southern. When you look at LSU, which is a much larger institution, they have over 220 individuals who are dedicated towards institutional advancement. And when you look at that return on investment and the amount of money they generate and resources they direct, right, that comparison equals that return on investment.
Thank you. And I want to publicly, as I have always, thank you for the leadership that you are providing at the foundation. The foundation is doing remarkable work. We got the biggest room in the world is the room for improvement, right? And so we all have some room for improvement, but very proud. I can't tell you how many presidents from when we play. I've had at least 2 or 3, particularly when I was chair of the board of the foundation, who we played for homecoming and we made that check presentation, sought me out to say, what are y'all doing and how are you all raising this kind of money? And we even offered for Al and his team to go over and just sort of share best practices with them. So I guess the larger point that I want to leave my colleagues with is if we continue to invest in this, we're going to continue to realize a significant return with a very industry high impact rate in terms of the amount of money that's raised that goes back into the projects for which it's raised as opposed to being eaten up by administrative costs. So for one, I'd like to see us invest and make it a priority, Mr. President, to invest as much as we can while we continue to track the return on that investment. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rutherford. And I joined Attorney Rutledge too in saying we appreciate the leadership, Al, that you brought to this and establishing the leadership as the gold standard, as I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And we encourage. Yes,
I had a comment before we move on.
by all means, sir. I defer.
Since we're on C, I just wanted to reiterate a discussion that I had with our finance chair, who I know I spoke to, our chairman, relative to C2, Mr. Phillips, the director of the Honore Center, while we're making sure that the foundation is covering his salary, we're not funding the Honore Center. And I would like to see us do whatever we need to do to make sure that the system fully supports the Honore Center. Because it's one thing to have the executive director paid from the foundation, but as Mr. Rutledge talked about, if we invest in it, we'll continue to grow a very successful program that is started in New Orleans and has moved to Shreveport, and I believe we're trying to branch out to Baton Rouge, and to show an example of the success of that program, I actually hired an Honore Center graduate at my law office, and the young man is just stellar. So I would like to see us invest in that program as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shorty. Also, I'm looking at that same entity, number 2 that he's talking about, Mr. Rell. I note that the funding source is state. Is that indicative of the fact that indeed the university is sponsoring it?
Yeah, just to give you a little color and background on it, when the Honore Center was established in 2011, I believe, funding from the state provided the foundational support for it. And then 2 very large sizable grants, one from the Kellogg Foundation and the Ford Foundation, funded the programming. The university committed to making sure that they provided the funding for the staffing model, and that the dollars that were raised would go directly to students. It is our intent to expand the program to the Baton Rouge campus. Dr. Marquis Phillips and his team have already begun that preliminary research and groundwork to do that. And 3 years ago, we established the Williams Center, which is under the umbrella of the Honore Center and Centers for Undergraduate Student Achievement in Shreveport.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or clarification? Thank you very much, then, Mr. Rell. And
Thank
again,
you.
Thank you so much for the leadership you give for the Systems Foundation.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the committee, what is your pleasure? This item is now up for action. I have a motion for approval by Dr. Williams and a second from, I hear one to my left. Mr. Amity. It has been moved and seconded that item, action item C, would be approved. Those in favor, please let it be known by the sign of aye. Opposed, nay. This item is thus approved. Again, thank you, Mr. Rell. Item action number D. This comes from the Law Center, I believe, Chancellor Pierre.
Yeah, ma'am. So in the bylaws of the Board of Supervisors, the board has the discretion to grant faculty who have served at other institutions prior service credit. The way I appreciate the rules, for every 2 years of service, the board can grant 1 year of credit at a Southern University institution. And in this case, Professor Stower has 4 years of credit, 4 years of service at 2 different law schools. And he's requesting that the board exercise its discretion to grant him credit at Southern University Law Center. So based upon my calculation, if the board so chooses, the board could grant him 2 years of credit for the 4 years at another institution. And this provision in the bylaws really helps all the institutions, but particularly Southern University Law Center, recruit experienced faculty from other institutions. And he's making that request, and I support that recommendation. Or I recommend that he be given that credit because of the work he's doing and the work he's continuing to do here at Southern University Law Center.
Thank you very much, Chancellor Pierre. Indeed, this is provided by our bylaws, and a precedent has been set for it. Committee, what is your pleasure in action item D? It has been moved by I'm not hearing well. Dr. Tarver, and second by Mr. Dale Dudley. Those in favor, please let it be known by sign of aye. Opposers, nay. Action item D is thus approved. We move to other business. There being no other business, we move to agenda item number 7, which is adjourned. It has been moved by Dr. Williams and second by Mrs. Dale Dudley that we move to adjournment. Those in favor, please let it be known by sign of aye. Opposers, nay. Personnel committee is thus adjourned, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Gilliam. Time to call all the Southern University Board of Supervisors meeting. I'm going to ask that the chair call the roll. Secretary call the roll.
And put an item on the agenda and ask them to adjust the temperature in this room. It is freezing in here.
You talking about a return? I was thinking about the return of that air here. And I think we overstated what a good job.
Yeah, I don't know if Mr. Dawson or somebody is in here, but if we can, Mr. President, can you get somebody to work on that? It's freezing in here. Thank you.
Roll call, Mr. Secretary.
Oh, I'm sitting here. I'm still thinking about how cold it is in here.
Kind of froze up a little bit there.
Yes, Mr. Myron K. Lawson.
Present.
Dr. Ronnie Whitfield. Present. Attorney Jody Amade. Ms. Zell Dudley. Mr. Raymond Fondell Jr. Mrs. Maple Gaines. Mr. Sam Gilliam. Mr. Paul Matthews. Mrs. Christy Reeves. Attorney Des Moines Rutledge. Attorney Edwin Shorey. Mrs. Ann A. Smith. Dr. Leon R. Tarver II. Reverend Dr. Samuel Tolbert. Dr. Orlando Williams. Mr. Jairon Young. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item number 3 is the adoption of the agenda. Are there any modifications to the agenda as printed? Hearing none. So moved. It's been moved to adopt the agenda, properly seconded by Ann Smith. Motion made by Dr. Almost said Vita, Dr. Whitfield. Questions? All in favor, aye? Opposed? That motion's adopted. Item number 4, public comments. Are there any public comments relative to the agenda that was just adopted? I see Dr. Albert Samuels has signed up for a public comment on agenda item E1, Board of Supervisors meeting.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm going to comment very briefly on item E, but I'd like to first say that we've made a considerable amount of progress on the campus in the last month or so, and I mean, we got some issues that we have that they didn't start yesterday, and they won't be fixed tomorrow. So we got some things that we're working through. So we're making some progress. I want to comment on item E, the organizational chart, and I want to suggest that this is a good plan for now. However, I will still say that because the plan is listed as interim, eventually we're going to have to make a permanent structural change. The Baton Rouge campus still needs a permanent chancellor. And rather than rehashing some of the arguments that we've made before, I'm just going to make 3 quick comments, quick observations. One of the arguments that have been advanced for why we should keep it the way it is the notion that, well, presidents and chancellors are naturally going to fight each other over control of the Baton Rouge campus. Well, there has been a history of that, to be sure. But however, the board has the ability to set clear, distinct descriptions for the president and the chancellor of the Baton Rouge campus. We have committed to one of the most ambitious capital campaigns that any HBCU has ever undertaken. And that argues for the attention of the president to that effort. Okay, so that would be the first thing I would say. Secondly, is oftentimes it's just inserted that if we separate the roles here at Southern, what about what does it say about us when compared to what LSU, if they keep them all together? Southern needs to do what's best for Southern. LSU will be fine. I would suggest to you that William Tate doesn't have the problems we have. He doesn't have a problem with enrollment crisis, issues in financial aid, not enough people in admission and recruitment, housing, customer service, etc. He doesn't have the problems that we have. We have to do what's needed for Southern, and LSU will be fine. And then finally, we have to make decisions about the right structure based on the functions of these roles and what's needed, not the individual people who might serve in them. And sometimes we get those things confused. So I'm done. Because I'm out of time. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Samuel. Item 5, resolutions.
Good morning. Today we have condolences for Pauletta Annette Adams Dennis. Attended West John High School and received the BS in Early Childhood Education from Southern University and A&M College. She was a member of St. James Parish Retired Teachers Association, Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority, Phi Sigma Omega Chapter in Gonzales, Louisiana, and the crew of Agape. She was from a family of 8 children. All 8 attended Southern University and A&M College, and 6 received their bachelor's degree from the university. A true Jaguar family. She was the sister of Mr. Brian Adams, who is Executive Director of Internal Audit with the Southern University System. She passed away on August 18th, 2023. Erica Allison Bilbo graduated from O. Perry Walker Senior High School in 1980. She worked at Southern University at New Orleans for over 25 years and earned her bachelor's degree in business entrepreneurship, as well as her master's degree in computer science. Ms. Bilbo was a proud member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. She passed away on September 8th, 2023. Dr. Matthew Causey, known as Snook, received the bachelor's degree in mathematics education from Southern University, a master's degree in mathematics from Loyola University in New Orleans, and a doctorate from the University of Houston. He retired after over 40 years of service to SUNO. He served as the Associate Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs. Previously, he served as the Dean of the College of Sciences and was an Associate Professor of Mathematics at the university. He served as Chair of the Department of Mathematics and Physics from 1991 to 1996 and began serving as a member of the faculty in 1970. He passed away on September 6, 2023. Christiana Melanson Chesson, 85, native and lifelong resident of Lafayette, Louisiana. She was the owner and operator of Chris Beauty Salon. She was a devout Catholic parishioner of St. Anthony Catholic Church and a member of St. Peter Claver Ladies Auxiliary. She was the matriarch of her family. She is the mother of Southern University Nursing Dean Sandra Brown, Dr. Sandra Brown. She passed away on September 11th, 2023. Mr. Clifford Ray Collins worked at Southern University at Shreveport from 1971 until 2014. He retired from Southern University at Shreveport as an associate professor of sociology after 43 years of service. He served students not only as a gifted professor, but worked tirelessly in mentoring them, protecting them, and being an enormous defender and provider of their essential needs. He passed away on September 6, 2023. Mr. Lawrence Lax, 88 years old, last surviving child of Henrietta Lax, who is immortal. Gila cells lay the foundation for modern research and medicine. Cells that were cultivated and mass-produced for profit by a huge biotech company without permission or consent. Mr. Lax died on August 26, 2023. Many of us had the opportunity to meet him this past spring when he visited the campus for the Henrietta Lack Symposium sponsored by the Southern University Law Center. That concludes our resolutions.
Thank you. You've heard the resolutions. What's your pleasure? Properly moved by Board Member Rutledge, properly seconded by Board Member Fundell. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor, aye. That motion carries. Item 6, action item 6A, approval of the minutes of the August 18, 2023 SUS Board of Supervisors meeting. What's your pleasure? Moved by Board Member Reeves, properly seconded by Board Member Matthews. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor, aye. That motion carries. Item B, approval of the committee recommendations. Is there a motion? Properly moved by Board Member Fundell, seconded by Board Member Jerron Young. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor, aye. That motion passes. Item number C, request of approval for CEA between SUBR, affiliate campuses, SUSLA, affiliate campuses, and SUBR, affiliate campus. Is there a motion to that effect? To memorialize the obligations to assist in achieving the outcomes of SUBR's grant from LDA. So why don't we get a little discussion on that? If you will, entertain a motion, then discussion. Board, moved by Board Member Rutledge, probably second by Board Member Dudley. Discussion. Chancellor, would you care, the President to Executive Vice President?
Sure, yes, again, thank you for this opportunity. So the Southern University and A&M College has been blessed through the efforts of members of the board and Senator Fields and Secretary Phillips to be a recipient of a grant that really relates to COVID prevention and health disparities. The size of the grant is about $15 million over 2 years. And it really requires the Southern University and A&M College and this to carry this out on a statewide basis. In order to really carry that out, with discussion with President Shields and members of the executive leadership team and the chancellors, it was determined that it would be best to have all of the campuses play a significant role in help carrying out the requirements of the grant and the benefits of the grant so that we could show the power of the system. And so we've been working on this for several months, and the colleagues here have really put all into it, and we are really seeing some benefits in terms of our students, the ability to help our students matriculate through school, to get experiential learning opportunities, and to bring the various expertise each of us has as an institution to this project. In order to do this, we developed a strategy and with the help of Ms. Desiree Honoré Thomas, figured out a process and a general counsel to do this by creating cooperative endeavor agreements. And really, we have to thank Dr. Stubblefield for helping us navigate through this process, a way to carry this out so that we can do things like what we did this past Sunday. We had a health fair festival in central Louisiana. It was well attended. We really had people that got the benefits of all the things that we bring to the system: nutrition, healthcare, health policy, et cetera. And there are a number of activities that are planned that are really part of the scopes of work that you see in this CEA that will be executed by each constituent institution. And we will see some of those benefits actually next month and going forward. So this is a great way to carry out this particular vision. And it's also a great way to brand the Southern University system as an institution that is a steward of place. And we hear the president talk about the institution needing to be a steward of place. This is a way for us to do that. This is a way to help us bring health care to the forefront of the minds of individuals in the state, using all of the assets and the resources of the Southern University system.
And I'd add that Central Louisiana event, one of the highlights was there must have been a couple of hundred of our students, substantially, most of them nursing students, that are there front and center, does two things. It gives them an opportunity to be engaged in the community and make real the education they're getting, and it makes obvious to the community, the broader community, our level of engagement. So thank you for the work that predates that development. That conference predates my arrival, but it's an extraordinary event, and this LDH grant allows us to build on that in ways that are really significant, that are helpful both to the campus and to the broader community in the ways that stewards of place should.
Thank you, Mr. President. Chancellor Monica, would you stand up and say hello? She's certainly been doing some things. And as you make the way to the podium, I want to give a shout out to a guy that has been phenomenal, not only with this grant, with grants throughout the campus. Dr. Stubberfield, we're very, very blessed to have him. And if you want to know the do's and don'ts of a grant, you can go to Dr. Stubberfield. And we're so grateful. He's a quiet guy, doesn't look for attention, and I'm going to give him some today because he deserves it. So thank you, Dr. Stubberfield, for everything you're doing. This is $15 million. And Monica has been out kind of doing. Y'all remember her? At the retreat, huh? So we have dashboards, right?
Yes, we do.
And you're about to see some very exciting things. One of the things that Dr. Penning talked about was deliverables. What's going to happen as a result of the retreat? Remember, I said I'm not going to have a retreat where we don't follow up on what you all established as our goals. You'll be impressed. This is one of our goals: student outcomes, right? Monica, if you will, for a few seconds, maybe just share some of the things that this board has been driving throughout the beginning of the year as to what the goals were that we set.
Absolutely. Good afternoon or good morning, Board of Supervisors. I'm pleased to report that as a result of your retreat, you now have 3 dashboards. One specifically that related to the pressure you put on yourselves to develop vision, mission, and goals at the board level. Most of those action items on the list pertain to how to articulate to the world and position Southern as a global best-in-class institution that fosters global leaders across disciplines and attracts faculty and subject matter experts, standing on the shoulders of the history that resides on the landmass and all 3 campuses. I'm happy to report that as a result of that goal, the second one became industry initiatives. And we found there are about 6 industry leaders that had been waiting in the wings to engage in that type of mission. And that was a result of 2 years of work of test and learning with the Law Center through Chancellor Pierre. 3 of those relationships are now in action. They are now green on your dashboard. On the previous one, most of them are yellow because they require further strategy and recommendations for your approval. On the industry initiatives, the first one would be Cisco. You heard from Scott McGregor. Last week, there was a kickoff meeting here on the campus, and an executive in charge of all enterprise relationships across the globe is a Southern alum. Jeff Moore came personally. He's been at Cisco 20 years. And they made a commitment, number one, to kick off the first ever system-wide network capability. First, wrapping it with secure cybersecurity standards that meet any enterprise, from Walmart to a bank. Think of that level of security that your system will now have. And then number 2, look at the priority list with meeting with each chancellor on what smart technology, augmented reality systems, et cetera, may reside on top of that powerful network. That kicked off on Tuesday with all of the chancellors. Thank you, chancellors, for your commitment to that. Third is Aramark, your current organization that provides food services.
They have a capital outlay that's been a capital investment, that's been waiting since January. Very significant, multiple millions. And third would be T-Mobile. They are now looking at the stadium and a campus-wide solution and the broadband solutions that will extend you into community. All of those are now in the green because they have action items and recommendations for investment. So congratulations to you. The third one we're very pleased with. We looked at the industries that are represented by each of you, from our esteemed historian, who can tell the story from any continent on this planet, to Ms. Dudley from the Shreveport Port. We've now been to Ms. Christy Reeves, who recommended her agency of record to help promote the LDH grant. That is significant, and they are housed in Baton Rouge, 368. And they were already under conversations with the SULC. But with Ms. Dudley, we got read into 3 areas of immediate opportunity with the Department of Energy, who was here on Tuesday, to look at the carbon capture work that's being done across the state, a lot of which resides in her port work. To Ms. Orlando Williams, we still want to talk with you about your workforce development priorities as you see across the state, so we can align the two and then see what co-located applied learning can happen in Susla. Project Cypress was funded with $660 million here in the state of Louisiana. You now are read into that process and positioned as a community engagement arm, thanks to Ms. Dudley. So you have about another 4 industry initiatives that bundle your capabilities for measuring how Southern as a system can change the world, and is changing it now, as evidenced by the St. Kitts delegation visit. You're on the map, but Cisco said you're a best kept secret. So our goal is to then ladder that back up to the first dashboard, how to capture your mission and vision going forward so that the world knows and sees the greatness, not what you have produced, but what you are still producing. Mr. Chairman, is that sufficient?
That's it. Thank you so much. And we're working on that mission. We'll have something. I've been talking with Dr. Penning, and we're going to tie that in and tie it to the mission. Monica, we didn't talk about this, but this is going to be driven by not only the students we impact, but we really have to look at the faculty and the staff. This grant is going to give them some space to go to when they face the challenges of life. And Dr. Penning, I've asked that he worked with us too, Dr. Monaghan, who's a nurse by trade, to start pushing in concert with started these little spaces for faculty to go to and talk and have conversations and relax. We've kind of gotten away from the faculty lounges. Remember those? And we want to get back to that. And we want to make sure that the staff is also engaged. And you can't teach if you're not feeling well. You certainly can't learn if you're not feeling well. So this is an initiative to deal with the mind, to deal with the challenges of COVID and post-COVID effects, right? So this
Absolutely.
is $15 million. Orlando and I have been talking about it, Dr. Williams, and she's already started some initiatives in her area. I've started some in my areas. I'm going to challenge each one of you. This is $15 million. The board helped get this grant, okay, in concert with the president and the system office. We have got to make sure this candle's not hidden under a bushel, okay? So thank you very much. Thank you again, Dr. Stubblefield, and appreciate your indulgence. And a special thanks to Senator Cleo Fields. It was manna from heaven. I drove 5 hours to meet him at 8 a.m. in the morning, so that was a $15 million drive, I promise you. Worth taking, and I'll take it again. Make sure you tell him I'll do it again. You will get 30 this time. Okay, I think we have had the discussion. Any additional discussion? Hear none. All in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries. Item number D is the annual evaluation of the president. The Southern University Board of Supervisors meeting on September the 15th. The Board of Supervisors at Southern University and Agricultural Mechanical College and its committees may meet in executive session to discuss a personnel matter. Under provisions of Louisiana Revised Statute 4217, consideration of the performance evaluation of the President's shields is such a matter. While in executive session, the board may meet with its staff attorneys, any other persons it deems necessary. No motions or votes may be taken while in an executive session. Is there a motion by this board to go in executive session? It's moved by Board Member Smith, properly seconded by Dr. Tarver. Roll call.
Roll call. Okay. Were you gonna waive the president, the chancellor reports before this?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Myron K. Lawson,
Yes.
Dr. Ronnie Whitfield, Attorney Jody Amade, Ms. Zell Dudley, Mr. Raymond Fondell Jr., Mrs. Maple Games, Mr. Sam Gilliam, Mr. Paul Matthews, Mrs. Christy Reeves, Attorney Des Moines Rutledge, Attorney Edwin Shorty, Mrs. Ann A. Smith, Dr. Leon R. Tarver II, Reverend Dr. Samuel Tolbert, Dr. Orlando Williams, Mr. Jairon Young.
Okay. We have another item on here. I think the president is going to handle a chancellor report with the president's report. I mean, unless there's something burning, you all can probably enjoy your day. Stay around. This might be interesting. We'll be out in about 6 hours. Choice is yours. Just kidding. It won't, 6 minutes would be ideal, but I know folk are traveling, so if you care to leave or if you have a report that you'd like to make, please feel free to stay. Okay. Hello again. While in executive session, the board discussed the performance evaluation of the president. While in executive session, no motions were made, nor votes taken. We're going to ask for the roll of the, let me see. He took his roster. Let's see if we can get the, let's go off the members on this. I'm just going to look at this.
Okay.
Is there a motion to go out of executive session? Got a motion by board member, I was trying to say Paul Matthews, second by board member Giselle Dudley. Roll call.
Mr. Myron
Yes.
Lawson, Dr. Ronnie Whitfield, Attorney Des Moines Rutledge, Mr. Paul Matthews, Attorney Jody Amity, Dr. Leon Tarver II, Attorney Ed Shorty, Mrs. Maple Gaines, Mr. Ty Gyron Young. My apologies. Mrs. L. Dudley, Dr. Orlando Williams, Mr. Sam Gilliam, Mr. Raymond Fondell Jr., Mrs. Ann Smith, and Miss Christie.
Did we get Maple?
Okay.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we
have a quorum.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. We'll go now to item number 6E, request approval of the restructuring of the organizational chart for the Southern University system and Baton Rouge campus. Recommendation, Mr. President?
Yes, I'm recommending that we change course and have a chancellor of the Baton Rouge campus, SUBR. This will aid us with the accrediting agency and also permit the sort of care and attention by a senior executive for the Southern University Baton Rouge campus.
Thank you, Mr. President. Board members, what's your pleasure? I see board member Gilliam.
Accept the recommendation of President Shields in approving, one, approving additional compensation of $9,000 for 6 months commencing August 1st, 2023. Secondly, to deconsolidate the roles of president of the system and chancellor of the Baton Rouge campus pending approval of SAC COC. Thirdly, the president would initiate the search for a new chancellor for SUBR, and finally, upon selection of a new chancellor, have the president execute a new contract relinquishing his title only.
There's a motion made by board member Gilliam. Do I have a second? And we'll have discussion at that time. Properly second by board member Williams. You may have heard the figure, and I think that's for the executive vice president to subsidize his additional compensation for serving that role. Any other unrest or discussion? Hear none? All in favor, aye? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Is there any other business that needs to come before the Southern University Board of Supervisors? Item number 8. Hear none. I entertain item number 9, adjournment. Been properly moved and seconded. Considers adjourned.